In the depths of hidden files, trapped inside the secret circuits, unraveling through the miles. Oh, truth was masked by coded curtains. You didn't know, we're shattering the silence. Feel the power, revelations on the rise. Shadows, light emerges, breaking through the veils of dark. 0 points in gravity converge, yeah. Guiding voices, revelation start. Ancient whispers call, they're begging us to open our eyes. We stand tall, defying all their lies. Even in we're shattering the silence, feel the power, revelations on the rise. Forbidden knowledge we dare to see, unveiling secrets, setting minds free. In this epic, we play our part with fierce hearts. You didn't know, we're shattering the silence. Feel the power, revelations on the rise.
Even in the crowd, I'm still a castaway. Alienated from the aids of added mentor in disguise. Ideas ahead of time, dismissed with narrow eyes. Benefactor boy, dreaming about the world you can't deploy. Changing the system, but treated like a toy. Ideas misunderstood, but brilliance is his boy. Benefactor boy, can't you hear his voice? Lost on them, Kevin structures crumbling from the same old Sam. They laugh like I'm crazy, but I see it all so clear. Exploited labor, unheard injustice, burning ears. Fighting for a change in this wasteland of noise, but they call me foolish, wanting shed boys. Benefactor boy, dreaming about the world he can't deploy. Changing the system, but treated like a toy. Ideas misunderstood, but brilliance is his boy. Benefactor boy, can't you hear his voice? Chasing revolutions in the darkest nights. A dreamer with vision beneath the laughter and noise. A future so bright waiting for the right choice. Benefactor boy, dreaming about the world he can't deploy. Changing the system, but treated like a toy. Ideas misunderstood, but brilliance is his boy. Benefactor boy, can't you hear his voice?
decay. Mystic gadgets in magnetic ballet. Circles of power aligning destiny's way. Running those rings, they defy gravity. Critics working out, they don't bother heat. In his domain, guilt sets the world free. Lord of the rings, pretty strong. Proving the currents if they wrong. Electromagnetic symphony. Terror only crash destiny. Chief from his fingertips. Inspiration starting top of scripts. Geometric secrets, the sky can't flip. Bunker King in his rebel stead, building up for the world again. Flying on the dark, igniting every zen. Lord of the rings, really strong. Ripping the current, take me wrong. Electromagnetic symphony. Terror only grasps destiny.
What's going on, everybody? I'm the Benefactor, an independent researcher looking into the Rodin coil and other areas of fringe science. I've recently been doing a lot of work on the PoE vortex coil, and we will be doing some testing today. And specifically, I wanted to show you the switchboard that I managed to whip together, which is pretty nifty. For now, we're going to jump into an intro to advanced Joule Thief circuits. So this is from the Practical Guide to Free Energy Devices that I have, the 2017 edition, and you can follow along with all the screenshots from the book in the guide that I have linked in the description, and I will put it in the chat in a minute. What's going on, Vic? How you doing, high society? Oh, it's all good, Vic. You know, you take your time and you let me know when you're ready to do that session. And I'm in no hurry. I still have a lot to learn about it, and I need to brush up on it. But I want to do like a sort of like an introductory stream or maybe a pre-recorded session with you on the basics and the fundamentals of cosmometry. And if we do a pre-recorded session for the Sesh, our new podcast, which is pre-recorded sessions with the team and others who may not be able to join us live and want to present something or want to talk about their research. That also gives us an opportunity to dive into, some details, including like how you got into this area of study, your background and what you're comfortable with telling us on filling in those blanks. That would be interesting to learn how you got into all this mathematics and all this interesting geometry stuff, Vic. Yes, High Society, our Society of High Sciences says they've been working on a new project. So keep us updated with that. Definitely email me if you have anything you want to present. Let me put the Practical Guide to Free Energy Devices book screenshots. There's the guide for today. It has all the screenshots that we will be following along with. Give me a moment and I'll bring it up. All right. So welcome to this very special Halloween event. This is the chapter on the Advanced Joule Thief circuits from the Practical Guide to Free Energy Devices 2017 edition. All right, so let's get into this. I'm really excited about learning a little bit more about the Joule Thief, how it works. Maybe there is even some background information on the inventor. That'd be interesting to read. So it says, advanced versions of the Joule Thief circuit. A contributor who prefers to go by his ID of Ace Propulsion shows here a series of clever, innovative variations on the well-known Joule Thief circuit. What is a Joule Thief? A Joule Thief circuit is a minimalist, self-oscillating voltage boosting circuit, which is small, low cost, and easy to build. It is normally used for driving light loads. It can use nearly all of the energy in a single cell battery. As I'll demonstrate that in a little bit. We do have like a pretty dead battery, 9-volt, that we hooked it up and got pretty bright light. The LEDs shining pretty bright out of that, which is interesting. And I also did test a partially dead battery last night, and it lasted for about an hour. And the lights were really, really bright. I used it as a night light while I was up last night, just testing, seeing how long I can get, how much juice I can get out of that battery, whatever was left. It just squeezed it like a lemon, man. So that's pretty cool. So it can use nearly all the energy in a single cell battery, even those which are already far below the voltage level where the other circuits consider the battery to be fully discharged or dead. Yeah, exactly. Notice the description, voltage booster. This means that the output voltage is increased at the expense of higher input current draw. Now, this is important because the Rodin coil does have the ability to maintain the current if you have it hooked up correctly. And there are different ways that we're going to be testing to try to maintain that current with the Joule Thief. So far, we haven't had any luck maintaining the current, but we've had luck in increasing our load without cost to the amperage or the voltage. So nothing really changed on the input side as we increase the load a little bit in some instances. So that is, I think, the route that we'll have to take. There is a way to do it. I think it heavily relies on both the transistor and the way you have it hooked up to the Joule Thief, as well as the capacitance. And Michael Morell did emphasize this, was his main theory for these coils is the capacitance. We need to get the capacitance right, and then we should be on a route to maximizing the efficiency of these systems, specifically for our mobile rollout in phase 2, which has already begun. So to continue on with what it says here, conventional science says that a Joule Thief circuit can never achieve COP of greater than 1. A conventional Joule Thief circuit, as shown below, will always have an energy loss between the collector and the emitter of the transistor. Okay, so this looks like a traditional Joule Thief. With proper modifications, this circuit can acquire energy from the environment to power the output. This is quite simple to achieve. First, before we start discussing circuits, I'm going to tell you the weird stuff about LEDs. Ooh, this is fun. I'm having fun with this already. All right. Scroll down here a little bit. Just need to make sure everybody can see that. Everybody can follow along. Everybody can see it good, even though, even if you're not actually pulling up the guide. I just want to make sure people can read or at least get an idea of the image, the diagrams and stuff on the live stream here. All right, so let me switch this to my other screen. All right. Notice that you can illuminate an LED with just 1.5 volts and get a brighter light by using 3 volts. But if you connect the two LEDs in series, then that 3 volts is too low to light them, so there is no light at all and 0 current draw. Well, the weird stuff is that you can power one LED with 1.5 volts and can't power 2 LEDs in series with 3 volts. And while resistors control the brightness of the light, they do not change the voltage required in any way. Now that's it. Ace Propulsion used this on a Joule Thief, and when I did, Ace Propulsion, I used this on a Joule Thief, and when I did, I got a COP greater than 1 using the circuit. Okay, let's see what he's got here. So he added a ferrite ring wound with 34 pairs. Okay, so we can basically use a Rodin coil as a substitute for this. This is basically just a coil, I think. Yeah, it looks like a coil with a ferrite core. So, I mean, I'm not an expert. I'm just... It says 34 pairs of turns side by side. Okay, so if this is some kind of coil, then we can use this as a we can use a Rodin coil as a substitute here. And yes, it has 4... Nice. It has 4 channels already. Okay, yeah, and see you have look at this. Already you have the you have the output or input or whatever of the one channel connected to the output or input of the other channel. That's very similar to the Nunez circuit, Nunez open circuit method, right? I think that's very important to note. So he added a switch here, right between where these connect. So normally I just have this connected right to the power. You know, the two lines are connected on the coil, and then this line here is just connected to the positive of the power. So there's no switch here. So that's interesting. I need a switch there. I don't know. That's just maybe an ignition switch. Maybe that's just to turn the circuit on. I have no idea. Maybe Mike or Nathan might be able to give me some insight on what exactly that means for this circuit. Now let's move on to the other additions. So he has these two LEDs. I'm assuming this is his load. Is this his load right here? No, because the load is right here between the collector and the emitter. Yeah. So he has two LEDs right here before the base. And I'm assuming that this is very similar to what we have already, where instead of the LED, we have a neon lamp. But he has two diodes, two LEDs. And instead of a lamp, these diodes are forcing the energy one way. Oh, no, there's one LED. Or no, the two dots are the LEDs. I might be confused. But it looks like there's two LEDs or one LED and two diodes. Now, an LED can act as a diode, so that's a little confusing. Maybe we'll figure out that what's going on here in the description, but I'm assuming that those diodes are LEDs. We have a 1.1K resistor here, a big fat boy, maybe a like 1 watt or 2 watt resistor. Or maybe that's just the artist's illustration. So, and that's connected basically in the same way that we have our coil connected. Yeah. Wow. Okay. So this is interesting because we know that Daniel Nunez got some of his ideas specifically when he was looking into energy for his wife's nightlight. Before they even decided on the Rodin coil, I believe he found the Rodin coil idea in the Practical Guide to Free Energy Devices. Now, if he had an earlier edition, this would make sense because the Rodin coil is not in the later edition. It's not in this edition. I've looked. I've not seen the Rodin coil, which is very interesting, right? Why would they not include the celebrity coil, right? But again, he was going through the Practical Guide to Free Energy Devices. Now, if this was in the older edition, which I assume it could have been, this is exact same circuit that we see. This is the modified Joule Thief circuit that Michael Morell uses, only he uses a custom transistor, and he uses a 1K ohm resistor, not a 1.1K ohm. So that's interesting. That's very interesting because the resistance plays a big factor. Now, I think I do have a 1.1K ohm resistor, and I think we will try that tonight. That will be really cool because as we've seen, we've both been having trouble getting extra energy out of the system, right? It's very efficient, but the most efficiency I've gotten out, with little effort, by the way, it was 87.4% was the highest. All right, it says this circuit has an input current of 12.5 milliamps at 2.35 volts, which is 30 milliwatts, and an output current of 8 milliamps and 6.6 volts. So it's slightly decreasing the milliamps, but it's still considered over unity because we're getting 52.8 milliwatts out. So that's a COP of 1.8 or 80%. Now that's interesting because when I measured the current and the voltage on one of these coils, and I assumed it was, my multimeters weren't picking up the voltage correctly, but so I assumed the current might have been not accurate as well, but it was picking up 1 amp going in and 0.78 amps coming out. Now that was maintaining the voltage, right? There was no decrease on the voltage on the input, but there was an increase in voltage on the output. And looking at the oscilloscope, if we were to assume that this was correct, 0.78 amps on the output with a 10 times voltage multiplication, this is an extremely large amount of extra energy. The one thing that Michael and I were talking about is not only the capacitance, but the load. So how much power you actually put into it, there might be a certain threshold, specifically with the circuits that you're using in oscillation. So if you're trying to use a specific transistor, the switch might not turn on until a certain voltage input. So until it reaches that power threshold, we might not see interesting effects. Also keep in mind that the load is important as well. If we have a very, very light load, which is what I don't have the ability to hook up a large load at the moment, unfortunately. The larger the load might have something to do with the output as well. So as we've seen in other systems, the output is based on the load, perhaps. It says the ferrite toroid is wound using 0.4 millimeter diameter enameled copper wire, number 26 AWG. And while the turns had no effect on circuit performance, and while the turns are not shown slanted in the diagram, the actual direction of the turns is radial. In any ways, the direction of the turns has no effect on circuit performance. It is expected that the diameter of the ferrite ring is not at all crucial, but only one diameter was available for testing. The fast-acting diode could be a FP607, UF5408, or smaller, and it is also possible to use a transistor with the base and the emitter connected together. Instead of a high-speed diode. So instead of, if we don't have the high-speed diode, we might be able to do that tonight as well. Connect the base and the emitter together. The LEDs used are 8 millimeter diameter types. In this circuit, it was found that the input voltage is important. The best input voltage, so we were just talking about this. The best input voltage is between 2.2 volts and 2.5 volts. So this is very interesting because when I crank up the power using this method, it actually turns off the lights sometimes. So it'll be really, really bright and then it'll just shut off. Right? So it does seem to do that a couple of times. Like it's not just like one threshold. So it might be like a frequency or harmonics of the initial frequency. So that's important to keep in mind here. The best input voltage is between 2.2 volts and 2.5 volts. So 2 NiCad or 2 NiCad or 2 NiMH batteries are neocadmium and neo something. I'm not sure what those two elements are. But the NiCad and the NiMH batteries are about the optimum input, as higher voltages just cause higher input currents without any improvements in the output power. Higher voltages just cause higher input currents without any improvement to the output power. So there's a threshold there, a very delicate one that we need to keep in mind. The key to free energy from this circuit is to use at least 2 LEDs connected in series. So we already do that. Interesting. Place them in the current flow to the base. Oh, so we have to put that right on the base of the transistor and use the current fluctuations caused by the weird stuff. Their weird stuff will boost the energy coming from the output. Yeah, the weird stuff they're talking about is just the aether perturbations or interactions that are causing the radiant energy. One very important point is that there must be at least 2 LEDs and the circuit must not self-start. Because if it does, then the input voltage is too high and the circuit will operate at less than 1 COP. Because of this, you need to start the circuit operating by hand. And another very important point is that the output voltage should be at least twice as much as the input voltage. COP greater than 1 can be achieved, and then with proper modification, the circuit can be become self-powered. You can extract extra energy from dead batteries and supplement it with additional energy drawn from the environment. Go to work and leave the circuit charging batteries at home while you're working. Interesting, high frequency sound is emitted by the circuit, and the sound tends to keep mosquitoes away. You hear that? Wow, that's interesting. I mean, that's all debatable. It's again, it's unproven. We have to go through these and take them one by one and test them, but it does emit a high frequency sound from the circuit. It's insane. So fine-tuning the circuit. There are 5 parameters involved in the operation of this circuit. Input voltage, output voltage, the coil winding, the diameter of the toroid, the number of LEDs, and the resistor which feeds current to the base of the transistor. Okay. The first step is assembling the circuit. The first step in assembling the circuit is to check the LEDs which you are going to use. These LEDs are going to be connected in series, so start with 2 and connect them across the battery. If the LEDs light up, then add an extra LED until the chain of LEDs do not light when connected across the battery. So if the LEDs light up, then add an extra LED until the chain of LEDs do not light up when connected across the battery. Doing this will raise the COP of the circuit over 1, as the output power will then exceed the input power. What? Wow, that's all we need to do? Dude, we're going to test this. We're going to take a quick break in a minute so I can go eat, but this is really freaking cool. When setting up the toroid assembly, remember that winding more turns on the toroid will make a coil that has higher impedance, which will increase the COP value, but too many turns may result in lower current, which means a slower rate of charging from the output. The output voltage should always be more than twice the input voltage. And we're getting way more than twice voltage. I mean, we're lighting a neon lamp, so they don't even have a neon lamp in this because they're dealing with milliamps and small voltage, like what did they say, 2.3 volts input. And if you're doubling it, they're looking for doubling. We're 10 timesing the input by 10 at least in voltage, right? Because we're lighting that neon lamp with 9 volts, and that neon lamp is 90 volts. I mean, it may start to slightly excite I think the lowest it could do that is like 60 volts though. But still, you know, assuming we have 9 volts input, that's still a decent amount more than what's in this diagram. So my theory is that Daniel Nunes took this specific chapter in the Practical Guide to Free Energy Devices and utilized it, implemented his coil design with it, and got it to work. And we're seeing that right now in my lab working. So Victor says you're replacing the ferrite cores with the Rodin coil. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, that's exactly what's going on here, I believe, because it's the same circuit that we're using for the modified Joule Thief, and that's what Daniel Nunes calls the ABHA excitation circuit, and it really is. It's it's like a self-oscillating circuit. It's really cool, but it's going to require a little bit of research here, which we're doing now, to kind of tune it and get that extra COP value, right? And this is something that Michael and I have been struggling with for a while. I mean, they're extremely efficient right now, as is, like just slapped together without even tuning them, really, right? With the MJL 21194G transistor, I get a 87.4% efficiency rate, just by slapping it together, like I said, and looking for the neon lamp to light and then powering a load like that. And I really didn't do anything else, but we have a way to tune it here that is very important. And these LEDs are left out of the Nunes modified Joule Thief, the excitation circuit. What are we going on? 43 minutes. So I'm going to take a short break here, guys. So I'm going to go eat real quick, and I will be back with the rest of this chapter from the Practical Guide to Free Energy Devices on advanced Joule Thief circuits. This is really cool. This is very, very interesting, and this is going to be, I think this is going to be the key in unlocking this. We might do it tonight. We might actually do it tonight. I'm not saying we will. I hope we will. We might not, but I have a good feeling about this. Okay, so with that, I'm going to go to break, and we'll be back in about 10 minutes.
In the depths of hidden files, trapped inside the secret circuits, unraveling through the miles. Oh, truth was masked by coded curtains. You didn't know, we're shattering the silence. Feel the power, revelations on the rise. Shadows, light emerges, breaking through the veils of dark. 0 points and gravity converge, yeah. Dying voices, revelations start. Ancient whispers call, they're begging us to open our eyes. We stand tall, defying all their lies. Shattering the silence, feel the power, revelations on the rise. Forbidden knowledge we dare to see, unveiling secrets revolution's on the rise.
Feel the pulse, divine sensation. Everyone needs just a little foundation. Feel the pulse, divine sensation. Everyone needs just a little salvation. In the glorious starry sky. decline. Holding on to stars of starlight. There's a light within the dark waves, guided by echoes and ancient ways. You will find one reflection. Within me there's a connection. Feel the pulse, divine sensation. Everyone feels the goodness of invitation. There's a light within the dark waves, guided by echoes and ancient ways. You will find one reflection. Within me there's a connection. Feel the pulse, divine sensation.
In a galaxy, every number secret sound, using shadows, chasing dreams, for loneliness where he was bound. But in those waves of radiant truth lies the magic of his youth. Oh, like the night picture spark, he's a beacon in the dark, the math magician's rise. We see the world through his eyes. They call him mad, a lonely star, lost in formulas so bizarre. Connections made where none could see, a future bright while symmetry. Beyond the whisper and the sneers, Victor's victory over the years. Oh, like a night picture spark, he's a beacon in the dark, the math magician's all the thinkers, there's a place for dreams of courage and embrace the truth like fire at grand delight. Victor's vision in full flight. Oh, like the night Victor's spark. He's a beacon in the dark. The math magician's bride. We see the world through his eyes. Where the fireflies glow, there's a man named Michael with a vision to show. Building towards a goal, he's got the spark, dreaming of a future that'll light up the dark. But on the other side, Bill Nye's on the rise with his laptop charts, he's got down all the lines. And it's just fixed, it's all in the map. You can't pull from the ether, you're just chasing a path. But oh, Michael's rising like a morning sun. With the power of ether, he will be outdone. Now stand up and shout, let the truth be affirmed. Feel the energy flow, let's change the world. In the heart of a life, the tension was thick. Skeptics gathered round the table ready to pick. Joule shows proof and let the taste clear. And I find the stream, you're just chasing a spin. The Michael style ride with fire in his eyes. Just watch as I spin, let the naysayers cry. Go spin fast and a heart full of fight. I'll show you the power that's hidden inside. Oh, Michael's rising like the morning sun. With the power of ether, he will be outdone. Well, stand up and shout, let the truth be affirmed. Feel the energy flow, let's change the world. Your theory is just not right. So it goes spin back, Michael Beam with his pen. I done told you I'm the best there's ever been. Right.
And in the depths of shadowed halls, I wandered all alone, casting whispers, binding chains, demons of my own. Toxic deafening, down spread on my frail soul. I once feared my mirror, haunted by my role. But in the echoes of my cries, just still I emerge, guiding me to where my true results are. Now I rise from the shadows with wings of fire and sand, free from the chains of sorrow, while this path of forever defend. Shattered glass beneath my feet, scars I wear but dry. Stormy nights just turn to dawn, where truth that's my guide. Anxiety's dissolved in the sun's golden ray. You see my destiny through time and space. The fears that once drew to reality. For in my heart a new world is proclaimed. Now I rise from the shadows with wings of fire and sand, free from the chains of sorrow on this path of
lights are sparking, can you hear it? Charge to unveil. Nathan's working through the stormy night, defying physics, unlocking light. In a world fueled by power unseen, high voltage dreams, they reclaim the scene. We fly high and we soar above, finding energy, push and shove. With gravity waves, we'll break the chains. In Nathan's realm, we fuse the flames. Reverse engineer, the gravity flyer hums. Beyond the fringes where knowledge thrums. Magnetic fields, they pulse and weave. A world of wonders we can't conceive. Electrons dance in the midnight air. Nathan's path leads us everywhere. We fly high and we soar above, finding energy, push and shove. With gravity waves, we'll break the chains. In Nathan's realm, we fuse the flames. Zero-point energy, truth unveiled. In a world where nothing ever failed, through the sparks and wires we ascend. Nathan's wisdom to the end. We fly high and we soar above, finding energy, push and shove. With gravity waves, we'll break the chains. In Nathan's realm,
All right, welcome back, everybody. We're going to continue on with this chapter in the Practical Guide to Free Energy Devices 2017 edition, specifically on advanced Joule Thief circuits. So we've already had a couple of major revelations here just in the first 2-3 pages. So let's continue on. We still got, I think, 5 or 6 pages left to go through before we head off into the lab and do some actual testing. Now we'll finish this chapter, probably take another intermission to give me time to set up the equipment and demonstrate a few things, and then I'll probably come back to the workstation and talk with you guys as I alter the circuit, because as you know, if you are a Patreon supporter, I did just build a swappable switchboard. So I only have one board built for it, but it is designed so I can easily swap out modules with toggle switches and, you know, little mini breadboards on there. So I already have one built with a miniature breadboard with a tiny Joule Thief circuit that's working. It's all working, connected to the coil, and it's connected to a 9-volt battery at the moment, and I'll demonstrate how bright it is with the 9-volt battery. And the 9-volt battery is like I said, it won't power up anything. It's considered like dead or half dead or something. So it's not got a lot of energy coming out. Maybe I'm assuming it's got maybe 6 volts or less. So it's pretty cool. We'll see that is able to, it should be able to light the neon lamp still, I believe. It has enough power to. We'll find out in a minute. Now, it says, use your fingers to bridge across from here to here. Use your fingers? I don't understand that. Use your fingers to bridge across. What does he mean? Use your fingers to gauge the distance? Surely he doesn't mean use your fingers to complete the circuit there. I would not recommend that. Use your fingers to bridge across from here to here. Oh, maybe use your fingers to guide you where to bridge. You have to bridge a connection, maybe. Maybe put a wire there. I don't know. I don't understand what he means by that. Let's read. When the circuit has been built, as shown above, if it starts running with the switch when the switch is closed, then the input voltage is too high. So keep adding an additional LED until the circuit will no longer self-start. Then use your fingers to start it by running by using your body resistance to bypass the LED chain very briefly. What? He does use your fingers to get the circuit oscillating. This is a low voltage section of the circuit, and so there is no danger at all of getting a shock by doing this. An alternative would be putting a resistor in place instead of your fingers to use. Okay, yeah, we're going to use a resistor. We're not going to use our fingers. I'm not sure what kind of resistor you would need to bridge that gap right there. I mean, we could just test the resistance of my body and see if if I can measure that, and then maybe go from there. I don't know if that'll work, but a further refinement is to add even more LEDs until the point is reached where the circuit will not start, even if you use your fingers to try to get it to operate. Yeah, you're short-circuiting it. Okay. When that point is reached, remove one of the LEDs and get the circuit running. Compare the input and output power levels and then remove one more LED. Repeat those power measurements. Keep doing this while you still have more than 2 LEDs until you determine what is the most effective number of LEDs in your circuit. Oh, that's how you tune it. Okay. That is, you find the best COP performance that your circuit can achieve. In this circuit, the LEDs are so. Now that I'm thinking about it, he's not even using a Rodin coil and claiming to get higher COP than 1. This is interesting because this tells me that theoretically, based on that idea alone, we should be able to get a COP greater than 1 with all of the Rodin coils, despite their imperfections. Hopefully that's the case. In this circuit, the LEDs are there to cause base current fluctuations as a mechanism to get COP greater than 1 performance. And so they are not there for lighting. You may increase the resistor value and so lower the amount of input current used but doing that results in lower output power. In my circuit, I used a 1100 ohm resistor. Give me 1 second. Oh boy. So I was muted. Okay, well, I'm not going to read all that again. Suffice it to say, I was muted. And all that got basically muted out what I was reading. But again, you can follow along in the guide. I'll put it in the chat. A quick summary here, though, of the second part of this guide was that we have way more ways to maximize the efficiency once we utilize this new tuning method. So the tuning method of utilizing the LEDs on the base of the transistor, instead of utilizing a neon lamp on the base before the resistor here, right? So right now we're utilizing a neon lamp to indicate high voltage at the very, very base before the resistor here. But in order to tune this properly, according to this guide, we have to use 2 diodes, 2 LEDs or more as indicators what the sweet spot was going to be for the system. So we're going to try that and see where it goes. Also, we will try to find a 1.1K resistor or a 100 ohm resistor to put with this one that I have. It's already a 1K. So we're going to go into the lab and take a quick intermission, and I'll be back with some experimenting of my new rig.
In the depths of hidden files, trapped inside the secret circuits, unraveling through the miles. Oh, truth was masked by coded curtains. In it now, we're shattering the silence. Feel the power. Revelations on the rise. Shadows, light emerges, breaking through the veils of dark. 0 points and gravity converge, yeah. Dying voices, revelation start. Ancient whispers call. They're begging us to open our eyes. We stand tall, defying all their lies. Even in now, we're shattering the silence. Feel the power. Revelations on the rise. Forbidden knowledge we dare to see. Unveiling secrets, setting minds free. In this epic, we play our part with fierce hearts. In it now, we're shattering the silence. Feel the power. Revelations on the rise.
In base lab alone with my mind. Stable theories they all refuse to find. I've been working on energy misunderstood, but brilliance is his point. Benefactor boy, can't you hear his voice? Talking about 0 point, the points lost on them. Kevin structures crumbling from the same old Sam. They laugh like I'm crazy, but I see it all so clear. Exploited paper, unnerving, justice burning ears. Fighting for a change in this wasteland of noise. But they call me foolish, wanting shed boys. Benefactor boy, dreaming about the world begin to play. Changing the system, but treated like a toy. Ideas misunderstood, but brilliance is his point. Benefactor boy, can't you hear his voice? Chasing revolutions in the darkest nights. A dreamer with vision beneath the laughter and noise. A future so bright waiting for the right choice. Benefactor boy, dreaming about the world he can't deploy. Changing the system, but treated like a toy. Ideas misunderstood, but brilliance is his point. Benefactor boy, can't you hear his voice?
All right, welcome back, everybody. I hope you guys can hear me. Doesn't appear that I'm muted. If you can hear me, just let me know. As you can see, we have my new mobile switchboard. I wanted to do something a little safer. So you see I have it insulated with some insulation foam, and it is fashioned out of a Steam Deck grip case that I wasn't using. So I can easily pick it up and grip it and move it how I need to, adjust it if you were to do like a presentation, which I plan on doing. So the cool thing about this board, though, as you'll see in a second, is its ability to switch out boards, so modules. So I have a blank one right here that I haven't yet configured. I might put the pulse width modulator on this one, or the stereo amp board receiver, or the stereo amp, the mini board. I haven't decided yet, but as you'll see in a second, we can easily swap out boards. So I'm not going to disconnect it. I just wanted to show you guys how easy it is to swap out. We're going to get some smaller alligator clamps today, and we're going to tighten that up a little bit, give it a little bit more breathing room in there, but it should be fine. Again, this is just temporary until I can get something more constructive, maybe print something with the 3D printer that Nathan was gracious enough to send me. It should be here soon. I really appreciate that, Nathan, by the way. That was really generous of him. We're going to make it up to him by building some awesome stuff and hopefully something to send him. I'm aiming to make a couple of replications of the Mark I if possible. If I can get them to do the same thing that this one's doing, I will definitely try to send those out to some people for testing. Okay, and I have this hooked up to a small LED load. See right there. And actually, I didn't show you this. The 9-volt battery. So this is all just hooked up to this semi-dead 9-volt battery. It's got a little bit of juice, but it's pretty dead. So this is all just hooked up, and that's using the Mark I coil. And again, we're not connected to the start, the red wire, the start of channel A, just using the end of channel B and the black and the yellow. All right, we're going to turn the system on in 3, 2, 1. Ooh. Pretty cool, huh? And that's our little modified Joule Thief right there. Let's see if we can. Wonder if we can. Oh, it's not powerful enough to light the neon. So it's not powerful. It's probably got maybe. It's probably. Yeah, putting out way less than 60. And again, this is a very inefficient setup right here. This transistor right here is running at about 37% efficiency, so it's not ideal. We're going to have to get some more transistors in here to test, because the MJL, this one's semi-dead, so I'll be able to test with it, but it's not going to be accurate. It's not going to light the neon, but this one actually performs a little better at 87.4% efficiency using this tuning method. So in a few minutes, we're going to go back to the workstation, and I'm going to modify this board right here, and we're going to put a couple of LEDs and try to see if we can tune it. So. So as you can see, the other transistor. So it's a better transistor for this setup, but this one again is half dead. It's not going to light the neon lamp no matter how much you increase the voltage, which means the, I don't know, timing's off or something. It's half fried. So all right, let's disconnect this and let's get it over to the workstation where we can attach and modify it like we see in the diagrams that we were reading earlier in the Practical Guide to Free Energy Devices. All right, guys, as you can see, I got the board disconnected, and we are going to specifically put a couple of diodes or LEDs in this part of the circuit. So let's take a look at the diagram. And it looks like we're going to put these right behind the resistor, the 1K ohm resistor we have. Oh, as I'm looking at this now, it looks like this is hooked up slightly different. So the base is hooked up directly to this. So we do have an empty wire we can work with. Let's see. Okay, so we're going to not use the traditional way of hooking it up. We're going to follow this diagram to a T, which means that we do have an additional wire, which I was like, where's that extra wire going to go? It's going to go here. So this is actually going to that extra wire that we have from the coil. Again, we already have the yellow wire going to the collector, and then we have the black wire going give me 1 second to take a look. Yeah, so that's the yellow, and this has to be okay. So that's the black wire. Okay, so the black wire goes right here at the other end of this resistor. So you see we have the base connected to the orange wire, and then the orange wire goes to these two resistors because I didn't have one of the same value. I used two. And then this resistor is going to this other resistor, and then that's going out to the black wire, which is connected to the black wire of my Rodin coil. So that black wire is the end of channel A. Yep, just like this, end of channel A. And then you have the end of channel B, or yeah, the end of channel B and the start of channel A hooked up together, okay? And then this extra wire goes right here to the base. Okay. So in mine, this resistor is hooked up directly to the power supply, the positive of the power supply. So it's not hooked up directly to the coil wire like it is here. So that's important. Okay, so this is easy modification. Let's modify this real quick. I'll put on some music and give me a few minutes because I am an amateur at this, and it will take me a few minutes to understand exactly how to modify this, but we will get it done in due time. So give me a few minutes, put on some music, and chill to some circuit building, or rather modifying. Okay. Two mega ohms of resistance. So I'm measuring my resistance here, okay? Because again, it says you can use your fingers to bridge this. I can't use my fingers because I don't want to risk getting shocked. I don't know what this Rodin coil is capable of, right? He says this is a low voltage area across the circuit, but again, I don't know what this Rodin coil is capable of, so I have to measure my own resistance. So it's going to change if I touch the multimeter a little bit, but it's around the range, around 2 mega ohms it looks like. Again, touching the multimeter affects it. If I touch it like that. Oh no, it's pretty stable there. Okay. And it's going down a little bit. So we're going to start with 2 mega ohms on that. I have them over here. I believe I do. Oh, there it is, 1 mega ohm. So I have the 1 mega ohm. One mega ohm resistors. We'll start with 1. We'll add 2. It seems to be the range of my resistance, at least. right. So this is our 1 kilo ohm resistor right here. We're going to leave that in. And we're going to put this side. These are 10 ohm resistors. And right here, you can see we have base, collector, emitter. I don't have it labeled, but that's the order. Base, collector, emitter. So we're going to take the base and we're going to hook it directly up to this 1 k ohm resistor. And actually, I have a 100 ohm resistor right here. Yep. So we're going to make this 1.1k exactly. Okay. Diode. Pull that up. Sorry, I forgot to pull the diagram up for you guys. For those who are not following along or can't follow along with our guide that I provided in the link. Give me 1 second. Okay. Now we're going to put the cathodes facing the resistor. The cathode's going to be the shorter end of the LED. Actually, let's adjust this so I can add another one here. Yeah, we're going to have to kick this back a little bit so I can add more. Alright, just move the pin back on the rail a little bit to give us more room. You might have to hook up multiple LEDs. So again, we're going to hook up the cathode to the resistor end. Oh. Good. All right. We'll start with 2. And then we simply take, let's take this wire here. And we're going to put it right here at the other end. On the other end of the anodes. And this is going to go to our, well, let's call that start of channel A. Let's call this top channel A and the bottom channel B. Honestly, it doesn't really matter as long as we keep the reference. So just to make it easier to organize in my head. So the start of channel A is what we're working on right here. The end of channel A is going in to combine with the start of channel B, and then go on to a switch and then to the power source, which is exactly what we have. We have a switch and then a power source. So that makes sense. I think the reason was they recommended manual turn on, so not automatic turn on. So I think that switch is what they're talking about. I'm assuming, right? That makes sense. So instead of like turning it on from the power supply or automatically using a toggle switch. Okay, so that's important. Okay, so this is going to the start of channel A. The end of channel A and the start of channel B are connected, and then through the switch to the power source. And the end of channel B is going to the collector of the transistor right here. So the middle one. So you see this red wire right here. So this red wire is going to be going to the end of channel B. And it looks like that's also connected to a fast acting diode and then another battery. So that's the charge battery. Okay. Let's see if we can charge a battery. Let's try this for now without the battery and just the load. See how that goes. Again, we're gonna have to tune it. I don't think we have to have this second part, the diode and the battery, hooked up in order to tune it. I'll just connect it to the load and see what happens. See if we can get it. So let's read again what it says. When the circuit has been built, as shown above, it starts running when the switch is closed. Then the input voltage is too high, so keep adding additional LEDs until the circuit will no longer self-start. Okay, so if it starts running and the switch is closed, then the input voltage is too high. Hold on, did I miss something? Oh, okay. Okay, so okay. So keep an additional LED. Okay, so we're gonna try this, and if it turns on when the switch is not toggled, if it starts running when the switch is closed, sorry, when the switch is closed, if the system is running, if the LEDs start shining, then we have to add an additional LED until that no longer self-starts, I guess. It's either the LED or... Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're keeping an eye on the LEDs because they don't have a load here. They just have a battery in this diagram. Okay, yeah. And add even more. Okay, so yeah, let's just try this for now. Give me a second to plug it in. So this is interesting. The power switch isn't supposed to be powered on. So that's exactly what we're looking for. We're looking to try to add the LEDs until it doesn't power on. So that switch is not supposed to be lighting up until I actually toggle it upward, in the upward position. So that's in the downward position, the open position. So that's not supposed to be lighting up. So if this circuit is working correctly and tuned, that's not going to be lighting up. So we're going to continue to modify the circuit as instructed to try to get that to shut off. So just a quick update. I'm not actually getting any kind of effect that we're looking for. The light just keeps shining. It's not turning off. I'm trying to go over the diagram to make sure I have everything configured correctly. If this doesn't end up working, we're going to have to switch to back to the modified Joule Thief and see if we can work our way backwards from there, from what we have actually working at the moment, which is the ABHA excitation circuit. So if I can't get this working after about 5-10 minutes, we're gonna switch our focus back and take the toggle board and reconfigure the mini breadboard to be the old excitation circuit that I was using earlier. And we're gonna try to work our way backwards from that working circuit and see if we can integrate that modification with this modification, specifically regarding that other tuning method where we use the LEDs at the base of the transistor, and ensuring we do have a toggle switch so we can manually turn it on. Again, it does emphasize in this guide that you don't want it to self-start. I guess that means, you know, when I turn on the power supply or hook it up to the battery, it's just automatically going to turn on. I guess you need some kind of physical toggle switch in the circuit itself. That's what I take out of this. Either way, we're going to give it a few more minutes to mess around with it. If I can't figure it out, then we're going to go backwards and then work our way back from there. Yeah, that is another variable to consider, the transistor. Again, you know, we have different efficiencies with different transistors, and I only have a couple available to use. Technically, I only have one available to use because the other one is half fried, so can't really do any accurate testing with that. Although it does power the system quite nicely, I will say. That one was the 87.4% efficient transistor. Oh, I'm forgetting about the resistor bridge. That's the oh damn, I completely forgot about that. Okay, so we have yet to use this bridge. I measured 2 mega ohms of resistance. We're gonna have to connect that between the diode and the resistor all the way to the power source. So give me 1 second, let's do that. All right, everybody. Give me a moment. We're going to bring it back to the workstation and modify this back to the original circuit that we had, get that running, and then work our way back from that working system to see if we can integrate this idea at all into that working system. Now, it was really interesting because I didn't have a chance to show you yet because we dove right into this new circuit. But when I unhook the start of channel A and channel B from each other and just hook the power to the end of channel B, I get a lot more power and a little bit more input on the amperage. The amperage goes down, the power seems to go up. The light, at least, seems to shine brighter. While the amperage goes down, the voltage doesn't change. Obviously, we're keeping it at a specific rate with the power supply. It's just interesting, and that denotes that there are multiple configurations that we still have yet to explore and understand. And that leads me to believe that since we got 87.4% out of our last system test with that same transistor, if we had one today to measure that, we would probably increase that above that threshold, I'm assuming. So that's pretty cool, Give me a moment and I will transition back to the workstation so we can modify this back to the original ABHA excitation circuit. All right, give me a second. I'll pull up the other schematics. There it is. All right, there it is. This is the Daniel Nunez First Stop Energies ABHA excitation circuit for the Rodin coil, utilizing a modified Joule Thief. We are going to be skipping this 1 mega ohm potentiometer because we already know the range that is required to light the neon. So we're going to replace that 1 mega ohm potentiometer with 2 10 ohm resistors for the Mark 1 coil. The the other bigger coils only require about like 1, so it's like 13.7 or something on the Christmas coil. Although I don't have the resistors yet, they'll be here Monday to actually fine tune that one exactly into the pin, the sweet spot. And then we also have a 1K ohm resistor. I don't have 2 watts yet. Again, that'll be coming Monday, but until then, a 1/4 watt will do for us. So right now, we're just going to go through these resistors with the multimeter, putting them on the ohm setting to test which one is which, because we need a 1K ohm resistor, and somewhere in this mess is 1. $100K. What are these? 10. This looks like a 10. Yeah, that's a 10. I'll put that here. $1K. All right, we found one. Yeah, this one has a little bit of glue left on it. I should have suspected. This is probably the one I was using when I glued the insulated foam onto the switchboard. All right, so that is our 1K. That is all we'll need for now. All right, so we're going to put the 1K ohm resistor between the base and the end of channel A, which is black on my coil. So we're going to hook the base up, and I remember I had it hooked up this way, like that. Okay. So we're going to actually, oh, I forgot. We need to replace that potentiometer with our 2 10 ohm resistors first. So let's do that. You see our base wire is right here, the orange. We're just going to place these bad boys in parallel. Right. One after another on the same rail as the orange wire. And then again on the same rail, wherever you land, that's convenient for your circuit. Everybody's circuit will be a little different. Not everybody's going to be the same. And some of you will have some happy little accidents. But as you'll see in a minute, we should easily be able to make this circuit work for anybody. All right, now what we're going to do before we tap into that with our black wire from our coil is we are going to put our 1K ohm resistor right on that power rail where the two 10 ohm resistors landed. And eventually I will have an upgraded camera for you guys so you guys can get a better look at what I'm doing. I do apologize, I don't have the best setup here. If you would like to help fund my research, though, I do have a Patreon, so that always helps. Patreon.com/BeneficenceTV. And there we go. So we have our base from our transistor. And again, we have the neon lamp hooked back up. This is actually an argon lamp because it's green. The argon lamp is hooked up to the collector and the emitter of the transistor. So that's first before you put anything else on those two power lines, power rails. So with that said, you're going to take that orange jumper cable from your base of the transistor. You carry it over here, replace the potentiometer to whatever variable or value that you registered on your multimeter when you found the sweet spot of your system. And then you place your 1K ohm resistor. And then right there is your black wire for your coil. So for mine, the black wire, what I mean is the end of channel A. So you have channel A start is red, channel A end is black, channel B start is yellow, channel B end is green. So color coordinating it really helps organize and keep your systems functioning, because if you have a problem, it's you want to be able to follow that problem in your circuit. So you want to be able to follow wherever that malfunction is happening. You want to be able to easily diagnose it and see what's happening in the system. And just keeping track of your wires is very important because you can lose track. Look at all these wires. I have 5 wires already hooking off. Well, where are these guys going? Well, already I can tell you that the base and the collector, as I said before, when they're hooked up, they power the neon. But what they also do is when you have a wire right after the base and the collector in the setup, those are your load wires, right? So anything you want to power, like a LED panel or a fan or whatever, those are going to go right after the 2 pins for your neon lamp. Okay. And then we have on the collector side, 1 more pin that goes right after that. And this yellow wire here is that pin. And this goes to the yellow wire of your Rodin coil. So start of channel A, or I'm sorry, start of channel B for yellow. And this one right here on the emitter, you can guess where that one goes. Yes, it goes to your ground. So red, blue, positive, negative for your load. Yellow is for your channel B start. White, black, whatever is for, I use white because we're already using black over here. White is for your ground, and then black, you can't see it, but let me plug in something real quick because the wire's over by the lab. Black will be right here, and that's where your black wire will go. And that's it. That's it. It's very simple setup. So we're gonna go plug it in and let's fire it up. Yeah, Walter. He's a groundhog. Huh? Yeah, we're trying to figure out if we can find a rescue place for him because he's disabled. He doesn't have the use of his back legs. He's a good boy though. He's a good Walter, and he deserves a good home. So if anybody knows of an animal rescue place in Michigan that would be able to take him, because any place that I've looked up will just get rid of him. They won't save him. Well, I'm going to take a short break. Guys, feel free to check on Walter and keep him company while I take my short break. No, he's not a beaver. He's a groundhog. Yeah, in the Upper Peninsula. Yeah, notice his tail and notice his back leg. See, that's his legs. Both his back legs are completely useless. They I don't know. I'm assuming he got attacked by a predator or something at some point. Yeah, he's a cool guy. He's kind of like our mascot. Yeah, you would think, but he seems pretty comfortable in his little den. You know, he's got a nice little den. don't want to live with his parents. He wants to, live in the basement. Still have that intermission sign up. I'm sorry. Well, technically it is an intermission, so I'll be back in a few minutes, but when I come back, I'm gonna turn that off. I'm terrible. I'm sorry. Yeah, go Walter. All right, so we tried this method, a couple of different variations of it. Didn't really get us any results. So we're going to try to implement this idea into the system that's working. So let's analyze the system that's working, the diagram, and compare and contrast the differences and similarities and see exactly if we can get the energy to flow in the same way, and if we can get the system hooked up in the same way as well. So the similarities, let me see if I can pull this up at the same time. I don't know if I can share both of them. 1 second. So I'm just going to copy and paste it into the guide real quick, just so you guys can follow along as well and see what I'm looking at. I'm looking at both of them at the same time. So right off the bat, we can see that the start of channel A is hooked up to the base and the resistor like we have in our diagram on the right. Well, actually, it's the diagram below. So you'll see the diagram below. For me, it's on my right. So the difference here is that channel A start and channel B end are not connected. Channel A end and channel B start are connected. And another difference is in our excitation diagram, we have the start also hooked up to the positive of the power supply. Now, if we look at our modified Joule Thief in the guide, you'll see that the power supply is actually hooked up to the two connected channels, the channels that we have connected together. Now, right now, the main difference that I see is that we are connecting in our excitation circuit the start and the end, and also connecting that to the power supply. While in this new diagram, we see that the end and the start are connected to the power supply, but they're not connected to the base. So that's separate. So in our diagram that we're using right now, our circuit, we have the start and end connected to the power supply and the base. So the other part of the diagram looks relatively identical. We have a tap off for the collector, and then that is also tapped off for a load, and then the emitter is tapped off for load and going back to the ground on the power source. So that's all relatively identical to the system that we have right now. The only difference is the top part of that circuit, specifically these 3 wires. Now, what we can do is we can keep our resistor, we can keep everything hooked up the way it is, working this way. It's working this way, the excitation circuit. We can keep that hooked up, but we can add these 2 LEDs, these 2 diodes, right here in between the coil and the resistor. So that's something that we can do and see what happens and see if we get some kind of similar effect. Because maybe that is the modification we need to get this circuit working with the Rodin coil, and then we can tune it that way. So we can try that. That will be relatively easy to do. We can also try re-adding the 100 ohm resistor to the 1K ohm resistor we have to total the 1.1K. But again, I think Michael calculated that, or Daniel, I think Daniel calculated that in his diagram to be specific to the Rodin coil setup. So we'll see. Other than that, it's relatively identical. All right. Well, the reason why it might be different in this one, I'm thinking, might have something to do with the wind pattern. That might have something to do with it. So let's see. I had 2 diodes right there with the cathodes facing the resistor. Okay, guys, that's interesting. Give me a second. All right, Walter, check this out. Yeah, you, Walter. You better. Hey, I see you, squirrel. You damn fool. Get away from Walter's food. That's right, Walter. I got your back. All right, now, Walter, check this out. Three, 2, 1. 5 volts, 0.36 amps. So that's 360 milliamps. And as you see, we have one of the LEDs lighting up, just how it's supposed to, or how it should while we're tuning it. So we're trying to get that to shut off. So we're going to add another LED to shut it off and tune it. Sorry about that. The mic got muted again. I don't know why it keeps doing that. What frequency is the middle where they're in harmony? So the frequency that I get from this circuit, that seems to be around the sweet spot for the Mark 1 is around 3 kilohertz, 3 to 3.5 kilohertz. Just swapped out the transistor. Sorry, my mic got muted again. It keeps on doing that. So what we just were testing was efficiency. We hooked it up to the green wire. It got a little bit less efficiency, meaning the amperage went up. The lights didn't seem to change though in intensity. The open circuit method seems to be getting the most efficiency at the moment. I swapped out the transistor to see where we're going to be at now. You ready for this, Walter? I think Walter's ready. I'm ready. Are you ready? 3, 2, 1. Oh, 5 volts as usual. 0.31, 0.32 amperage. So we went down slightly from 0.38. We're going a little bit, fluctuating between 310 and 320 milliamps. Interesting. The lights got a little dimmer, though. The lights did get a little dimmer. So that's interesting to note. We will have to continue to mess with this to fully tune the system. But I have a feeling that maybe putting a higher speed diode here instead of these LEDs could be a method to go forward. So we'll look into that. You see that, Walter? I think he's busy. He's not a busy beaver. He's not a busy beaver, though. He's not a beaver. Not a beaver. It's a groundhog. He's the coolest groundhog I've ever seen. We're going to swap out the transistor. Easy peasy, Walter Squeezy. Good boy, Walter. Oh, I think Walter's leaving. All right. 3, 2, 1. Okay. Well, immediately you see that's interesting. So the amperage actually went down. I didn't do anything to the circuit. I just swapped out the transistor, and it's lower than it was when I had the transistor in there before. So that tells me something's wrong with the transistor, possibly. But either way, maybe just a wire was loose or something. Who knows? At this point, though, it is running somewhat efficient, although it's hard to tell. Let's disconnect the load and see if the neon is actually lighting at this rate. It'll tell us a lot. Interesting. So you see that I moved the wire. Yep. So it was the wire. That's why it was less bright. I was like, why is it a little bit dimmer? Okay, so that makes sense. And now you see the amperage went up to what it was at 0.39. It was at 0.38 before, so okay, it's good. It's just the wire was a little loose. Yeah, when you're working with these jumper cables and you're connecting them, and they're a little unstable sometimes. You gotta be careful. So we're gonna disconnect the load. We got all 3 lighting. Okay, so that's interesting. We might want to look into that. I'm going to reread the guide and see if maybe this tells us something, because I'm not quite sure if you need to have it hooked up to the load or maybe a battery or just nothing in order to tune and look for these lights to be lit up or not. So let me consult the good book, and we'll be right back in a few minutes. So I did a whole bunch of testing with the resistors and stuff. So I think that, let's see, full screen. So I think that this next one is the way to go, where he has the circuit doubled. So we have a working circuit. Now we need to just double that circuit, and let's look at how he has that circuit doubled. So immediately we see that there's a connection right where we pick up the load, and that junctions off from or before your battery or load or whatever you have to a junction for the next circuit. And before that, we have a diode. Let's zoom in. Okay. All right. So, yeah, before that, we have a diode, then it junctions off. Where does that go? Oh, to another diode. Okay. And that junctions off to the collector plate as well. And the same configuration of the coil. Okay. Let's see, and the base of that transistor goes to another setup. Exactly the same, the resistors, and then out to the other coil. Okay. Now we have the end of channel A and start of channel B connected to junctions off and connects right before the switch. Okay, that sounds simple enough. Let's start working on another Joule Thief circuit that we can add to our secondary coil that's sitting on top. Specifically, we'll hook up the bottom one first and then the second one, I'm thinking. Yeah. Actually, no, we'll do it the other way around first because that'll be easier. And then if we don't get any interesting effects, maybe we'll switch it. But yeah, let's start because, well, the Mark 1's already set up to go and tuned in. The Christmas coil, I have to add another resistor, I believe. Anyways, at any rate, we'll start with the Mark 1, and then we'll use that as the primary one, and then attach the other Christmas coil we have using this extra circuit. So we're going to build that. So this is the duplicate circuit we're working on right now. And now that I think about it, since this is a duplicate circuit for the other coil, we're going to need to add the resistors as such. So instead of one 10 ohm resistor, in addition to the 1K ohm resistor, we're going to add an additional 10 ohm resistor to more closely match this one's resonance. I'm sorry, it's the other way around. We're going to take one away. So there's 2 on the primary Mark 1, and then there's going to be 1 10 ohm on this one. So again, starting from, on your left to right, we're going to be doing the transistor, which is the base, collector, then the emitter. BCE. Base, collector, emitter. So that's facing forward. Now we add our 1K ohm resistor. I don't have any more black jumpers, so we're going to use orange for the end, channel A end wire, which is normally black. All right, so the base is complete. What we need to do now is connect the collector, and we need to connect the collector and the emitter to a neon. Now that's going to be a problem because I don't have an extra neon actually. Give me one moment. I have one, but it's burnt out, so... No, give me one moment. Okay, so here's the scuttlebutt. And the interesting thing, rather. The other diagram from the Practical Guide to Free Energy Devices recommends the two LEDs as diodes. So when I hooked those up, I didn't get anything different. I did get power. I didn't get anything noticeably different. Now, what I did get that was different was the neon lamp did not light up. So I'm thinking if we just simply put those three diodes, those three LED diodes, back onto the second circuit, we should be okay. I have a couple of extra transistors just in case we fry it, but we're going to try it. So... All right, so what we're simply going to do is just place those diodes between the coil line and the resistor here. And we're specifically going to be placing these diodes, or LEDs, rather, with the cathode facing the resistor. All right, so the cathode is facing the resistor. This is very important. This means the energy can flow this way, but it can't flow backwards into the coil. And we're going to put them in series, not in parallel. There we go, negative to positive, and oh, my camera's not on, my bad. So as you can see, I put the LEDs, the diodes here, and we want the energy to flow in, not out back to the coil. So in this way, not back out that way. Now, we're placing our collector and emitter pickups for the where the neon bulb is placed in this diagram. We're placing our jumper wires there so we can attach our load, which specifically will be attached to the other coil circuit. All right, and then that has another wire that junctions off into channel B start, which is yellow. So actually, put that here. You know what? I want that to be red because that's going to be the positive. Oh no, wait, yeah, that's right. That's gonna be. I believe so. I could be mistaken, but I believe the collector. No, the collector I think is positive. Yeah, no. Okay, so we're gonna do the red anyways. I believe the it doesn't really matter at the end of the day because we could just switch them up if it doesn't work. But keep that in mind. I believe the collector is the positive and the emitter is the negative for your load. Again, I could be mistaken, but I believe that's it. Let's see. Okay, and then we'll have a ground and then a junction off for the negative of the load. the ground. Actually, that's interesting. I guess it doesn't matter at the end of the day, maybe. Let's try it though. Okay, I'm gonna put that closer to the collector. And this. No, that's right. Okay. It's okay. These things happen. We take our time, and we'll be all right. So that's going to be the ground. We'll have that as another ground. Yep. 5 cables is what we should be ended up with, 5 leads, and we are. So that is our duplicate circuit with a little twist. See, the only difference is I added those 2 diodes as recommended in the practical guide, simply because I don't have a neon. And I did notice that using these, the only difference I noticed using these was that we didn't have the neon light up, which tells me it's not getting enough power here, at least to fry it. Hopefully that's the case. We'll see. We will see. I do have some more neon bulbs coming in a couple of days. Hopefully they arrive soon. And let me check on my package for my alligator clamps. It might not arrive till late. Okay. Well, we'll keep an eye out for that because that's going to be important. We want to hook up that second toggle switch because we want to be able to toggle on and off the load real easy without having to, pick those wires out of the board and risk shocking ourselves or something like that. And it also looks cool. So we can, with that second toggle switch, that was the intention at least. Hopefully it comes soon so I can hook that up and show you guys. We'll be able to toggle on and off the load as well as power the system on and off. So what this means is with the load toggled off, we have the induction method working, right? The induction method doesn't seem to work with the load attached for some reason. I think that's not the case for Michael's. I'll have to ask him. But either way, the induction method didn't seem to work while I had my load attached to the actual circuit, meaning the collector and the emitter load. So while the neon lamp was lighting up is when I saw induction. So maybe it's just a power thing. Maybe it's just a power level thing. Who knows? Further testing will reveal some of those mysteries. So it's going to take me a few minutes to set this up. We're going to go do a short break. And in the meantime, if you guys have any questions or comments or requests regarding tests or potential experiments we could do with the coil, please drop them in chat. I appreciate everything, everybody. I appreciate everybody for showing up. This is really a huge stage in my research right now with the coil. And as we've seen, these coils have the ability to do some remarkable things. So with that said, I want to continue to test with the different modules. And I'm not sure which module I'll put on the next board to swap out, but if you guys have any requests on that front, which module I should put on the next swapping board, just drop that in chat. I always take your guys' comments and considerations and recommendations, because at the end of the day, this is a team effort and you guys are part of the team. So with that, we're going to go to a short intermission, and I'll be back with some more advanced Joule Thief circuits.
In base lab alone with my mind, stable theories they all refuse to find. I've been working on energy for a brand new day, but even in the crowd I'm still been cast away. Alienated from the A's of added nature in disguise. Ideas ahead of time dismissed with narrow eyes. Benefactor boy, dreaming about the world you can't deploy. Changing the system, but treated like a toy. Ideas misunderstood, but brilliance is his boy. Benefactor boy, can't you hear his voice? Talking love 0 point, the points lost on them. Kevin structures crumbling from the same old sim. They laugh like I'm crazy, but I see it all so clear. Exploited labor, unnerving justice, burning ears. Fighting for a change in this wasteland of noise, but they call me foolish, wanting shed boys. Benefactor boy, dreaming about the world you can't deploy. Changing the system, but treated like a toy. Ideas misunderstood, but brilliance is his boy. Benefactor boy, can't you hear his voice? Chasing revolutions in the darkest nights. A dreamer with vision beneath the laughter and noise. A future so bright waiting for the right choice. Benefactor boy, dreaming about the world he can't deploy. Changing the system, but treated like a toy. Ideas misunderstood, but brilliance is his boy. Benefactor boy, can't you hear his voice?
The galaxy, every number, secret sound. Years in shadows, chasing dreams, the loneliness where he was bound. But in those waves of radiant truth lies the magic of his youth. Oh, like the night picture spark, he's a beacon in the dark. The math magician's rise, we see the world through his eyes. They call him Mad, a lonely star, lost in formulas so bizarre. Connections made where none could see, a future bright while symmetry. Beyond the whisper and the sneers, victor's victory over the years. Like a night picture spark, he's a beacon in the dark. The math magician's rise, we see the world through his eyes. Among the thinkers there's a place for dreams of courage and embrace. The truth like fire at grand delight, Victor's vision in full flight. Oh, night victor spark. He's a beacon in the dark, the mathematician's bride. We see the world through his eyes.
Feel the pulse, divine sensation. Everyone needs just a little foundation. Feel the pulse, divine sensation. Everyone needs just a little salvation.
Society of High Sciences says, been building circuits and listening. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate that. I actually am unfortunately not going to be able to hook up the second circuit here. Our twin circuit is not going to be able to be hooked up until I get more alligator clamps. They're supposed to be here by now, but they're a little late. So I'm actually going to end the stream, and because they might not arrive until tonight or even tomorrow. But once they arrive, I will be back. Maybe not tonight, but definitely tomorrow for Free Energy Fridays. With that said, I appreciate everything. Yeah, have a good day, Elijah. I appreciate it. Appreciate all the love and support. And as always, stay tuned for more. So we're on the verge here of really kind of tuning and maximizing the efficiency of the system. So this, I think, could be onto something. I will do some testing tonight. I might be back on with a late night stream if I feel up to it. If not, expect me to be back for Free Energy Fridays tomorrow. At any rate, I appreciate everything, guys. Have a good night. And if I don't see you later, peace.